row.co/grid to find out if prescription Rose Sparks is right for him. That's row.co/grid for $15 off his first order. Compounded drugs are permitted to be prescribed under federal law, but not FDA approved and do not undergo FDA safety, effectiveness, or manufacturing review. For full safety information, go to row.co/safety-info. So if you're looking to spice things up and help him feel more confident in the moment, check out Rose Sparks and see if they're right for him. When he's confident and relaxed, everybody wins. Okay, thank you, Rose Sparks. And now let's get into another absolute battle yesterday. We had a wild one between two of the teams at the top of the AFC North. The Steelers held on to beat the Ravens 27-22 in Baltimore. Another underwhelming performance from Lamar Jackson and that offense. But this one ended in some controversy because driving with under 3 minutes left in the game, it looked like Lamar hit Isaiah Likely for the game-leading touchdown, but after review would be overturned to incomplete. Likely said after the game, I guess I have to get 3 feet down next time.
Crazy.
So I want to take a look at that because what? Boom.
Possession.
Boom.
Touchdown right there.
Boom.
Touchdown. Plays over. Touchdown.
What?
Man, that's some bullshit.
Woo.
Possession 1, 2, touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Man, that's insane, man.
So Lee,
Yeah,
was that catch by Isaiah Likely a touchdown?
it was for sure a touchdown. To my knowledge, it's possession, 2 feet down, that's a touchdown. Now, if I go to the ground, I got to maintain possession, you know what I'm saying? He ain't go to the ground, so he ain't bobbling the ball. Him and the defender not like sharing it. He got the ball clearly like this, took 2 steps.
boom.
You knock it out after. That's the DB even thought it was a touchdown. He knocked
did.
it out with the frustration knockout like this.
did.
Yeah.
Drop the ball, nigga. Like, you done rolled. Like, that's the frustration. Knock the ball out your hand after the touchdown.
Yep.
So I like, oh, touchdown, damn. See, I knew Pittsburgh. I went downstairs, came back upstairs, like, damn, that wasn't a touchdown. What the hell going on? So, hey, the refs got to stop, man.
And for you to say that without defending Joey Porter, I thought maybe you'd take the DB's
Man,
side.
it-
I'm shocked
Yeah.
that he
Yeah,
called that
you're
a
over
touchdown.
it. It's
I
crazy.
thought we were going to go to war over this one.
Nah,
but no, it's not.
I can't go to war over it.
No,
It's
no.
like, what are the rules? Like, the NFL got to
They just
stop. Hey, man,
change
listen,
all the
I feel
time.
like they fucking up the integrity of our game,
And you
man.
gotta,
are.
like, be
All
able
the
to
betting
overturn
shit going
something.
around and y'all
Yeah.
calling shit like that, not a touch. Like, bro, like, we gonna be investigated. Like, you know what I'm saying? They gonna start saying our chip was tainted. They had paid money, they cheated for it. Like, bro, come on with the shit. Like, come on, man. It's beyond me, man. What the fuck do you gotta do? If that didn't say, what he gotta not get the ball knocked out his hands for 6, 7 steps or what is it? You feel me? Like, the 3 steps in a football move is for the field. You don't have to make a football move in the end zone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can't make a football. I don't get it. It's beyond me, man.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. I mean, as an offense, I thought I was going to have to come in here and defend myself against you know, offense
You was
versus
ready. You
defense.
was ready.
Yeah. Well, I thought you were going to say, oh, no.
I stood up.
And I thought you were going to say that too, but no,
I
man.
do love a Richie.
Yeah,
Come on,
you gotta get it out,
man, we're not getting that today.
No, I thought I had the bunch.
I'm non-violent today.
I don't even have to.
Non-violent this morning.
But no, I mean, that's a catch. That's clear and obvious. I mean, he catches it. He has possession. 2 feet down. The play's over. It's a wrap. That is a fucking touchdown. And I agree with you. These referees have been fucking up for years and years and years and years and years. And the best thing I love about it is there's no accountability for the referees.
Right.
No.
They don't have to go
Yeah.
sit in front of the press.
Yeah.
They make the coaches, they make the players, they make everybody involved go sit and take that grilling from the press.
I'm sure they
And-
get some death threats.
But they frame it as
Online.
we've
Online.
got to be professional. You got to be accountable, and this is a results-driven business, and everybody else is accountable except the fucking refs. The refs can make bad call after bad call after bad call. They go in, they talk to some nerd-ass little pool reporter that doesn't press back on us. Hey, what happened here? Oh, you know, this, and this. They're off the hook. And the league is always going to back up the refs. The league is always going to have to back up the refs. And my main thing with the refs is we've all been in games where we got screwed by the refs, right? And the teams take those plays, they submit them to the league after the game, and then the league comes back and says, oh yeah, we messed up on this, we messed up on that. Well, fuck that. Our season just ended because of a bad call. So this right here, this gets my blood boiling because to me, that's a clear and obvious touchdown. Baltimore should have the lead in that game. Who knows where we're at right now today?
Man, that was a
Defended
kick.
DB.
Nah, I can't even defend.
Wow.
Wow. Man, that's
Undisputed.
Look, man, yeah, you can't even defend that. It's just blasphemous. It's crazy. You catch it. Everyone sees the catch 2 feet down. And if you want to add an extra act, he holds the ball out. Okay, that's the extra act. He's defending the ball against a receiver, will obviously suggest his possession of the football.
Yeah.
Like, so what are we talking about? Then you got Dean on the mic talking, whoever the official that they call New York in, and they mess it up every time.
He just agree with
defending.
whatever
He
the
just
call
agree
is
with
every
whatever the
time.
call is. Like, why are you even on the mic? Get off the mic, because we see what's happening. We see what's happening. There's too much bullshit going on around these refs. There's no suspension. There's no accountability, like you said, Richie. They just go home and eat Sunday dinner and then turn their Instagram off, and they don't got to hear shit, man. It's crazy. Like, it's unacceptable. The integrity of the sport. It's like, damn, do I even want to put my shit in? Because I know that there's going to be some bullshit at the end or during the game that is obvious that's going to go against what I predicted or what I called. Like, it fucking pisses me off. It's just so annoying, bro. I hate shit. Like you said,
Pick the Ravens.
Isaiah Likely running to the sideline. You know it's a touchdown. You come back and it's like, where the points?
Wait, so before you go, Skip, like I said, I was in between eating a nice meal,
understand.
talking about roast,
Yep.
talking about mashed potatoes
What
and
do you have?
gravy and
What do
shit.
you have? What was the meat?
It was like some little roast, like a beef. I don't know.
Roast like a beef.
Okay, we eat like roast. You feel me?
Like roast.
Real
yeah,
roast.
hell
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? You put in pressure
We eat
cooker
that
and
shit too, bro.
Mashed potatoes and good gravy. and
Ooh, like
shit.
all the juices?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
fried
man.
rib,
Yeah.
like a fried rib.
Yeah, like a. I don't really know. I don't know exactly what type of meat it was. You feel me? But
Akeem's not cooking it.
I ain't cooking this shit. I just eat this shit. You know what I'm saying? Some type of beef. So I touchdown. I ran downstairs. I come back up. There's no point. So they called it a touchdown.
Yeah.
And they reviewed it.
Real
the little
quick.
thing.
Yeah,
They said
real
no
quick.
touchdown.
Real quick.
Yeah.
And then when they review it, this is what they do. They go on so fast. Oh, it's reviewed over there. Blah, 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 blah. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And then you go off the play early. I know you get off the play, and I'm going to let you go, but the interception. He took the ball off the tip, and then they said that it wasn't interception. I'm just like, what are you doing?
What
are
you
we
doing?
doing? What are you doing, Stripes?
So I was rooting for Lamar and the Ravens, and as soon as Likely caught the football, I'm like, boom,
Yeah.
got him. John Harbaugh, they cut to him, boom, and wait, you're gonna review this for what?
What?
And they come later with the NFL statement, and it reminded me of the night of the Tuck rule in New England. I was there at that game, and the explanation they gave was completely just mind-boggling. Like, what? What are you talking about? So now they're saying you need a third step in the end zone? I've never heard that.
Never.
Never,
heard that.
bro.
Crazy. What?
It's
A
crazy.
third step in the end zone when you allow running backs to dive and just get the tip of the ball and break the plane and then hit, and that's a touchdown. Okay, I'm fine with that. So anything that just breaks the plane, as soon as you catch it and you control it. Did he control the football? Well, yes,
Easy,
yes.
Yeah, no
Yes,
question.
right?
Yeah.
And then they came with the explanation of he didn't make a football move. What?
Right.
That's as good a football move as you'll ever make, catching a football in the end zone, and then extending it away. He's almost taunting.
Exactly.
Yeah,
just
get off, little man.
Like, here, I got you, and I got you again. You can't even touch this football. And then, to your point, Joey Porter just makes a slap at it just out of pure frustration.
That's crazy.
And they what are you talking about? Because it's the game. We're having a different conversation right now if that play stands, right? I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they're going to win the game because they just slowly came back and took control, and it felt like they were in control there. And then insult to injury was 2 plays later, it gets to 4th and 5 at the 8. And he throws it to Mark Andrews, and Patrick Queen, you can just see his left hand. He's got a hold of Mark Andrews' jersey and just yanks it, and he can't reach the football. Okay, well, somebody's got to see that and throw a flag.
As
At
many,
least make it right.
defensive holdings
Yeah,
that they've been calling this year,
it's
Just
just a
not
blatant
one.
grab and pull. It's a grab and twist where Mark Andrews is like 6'4", and he can't
Couldn't
get
even
his
jump.
hands up on the ball.
it's
Okay?
crazy.
What are we doing? How do we let them get away with that? Because to me, that taints the credibility of the product of pro football.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's the greatest
Yeah.
game we have. Listen, the games yesterday, they were all just great.
Yeah.
Where I just sat back at the end of the night and I just thought, this is it, man. This is the best. It's a privilege to watch it, and then you allow it to be tainted by overturning an obvious touchdown. If you ask a million fans out there who are good football fans, is that a touchdown? Just put it in a vacuum. Is that a touchdown? A million of them would say, yes, that's a touchdown. Because your eyes just say, they scream, touchdown.
Yeah.
Right? Okay?
All of Twitter
So on that
said
rule,
that.
did that rule say it's different on the sideline?
No.
Because on the sideline, you could say 1-2, that third step be out of bounds, it's a touchdown.
No, that's
Exactly.
that's
Right.
actually-
Yeah.
100%.
So it's different from the sideline to in the field. Like what the fuck? That's crazy,
You
bro.
want to talk about football move? He possesses it, comes down with 2 feet, like galloping, not just like down. He comes down, he possesses it, he holds it out, possession. It's fucked up. And then we could go back to earlier points in the game where they called the personal foul on the field goal rush.
They did.
Big number
It was
98.
a big deal, too.
It was a huge deal. It kept them going, but I've been on those field goals. It sucks as an offensive lineman, but you cannot line up on the deep snapper. During the play, if you get shoved down there, you go shoulder to shoulder with the deep snapper, that's completely legal. I watched the play. He didn't come into contact with the head neck area. That's a huge play. Then we got the Aaron Rodgers intercept where the pass to himself goes down with the ball.
Yep.
And how can they say he clearly and obviously had that ball and got down when it's just a muddle of human bodies, right? So it's just like, with the refs, they can't figure out how to get it right. They should make the refs full time. They should do this. It's all this bullshit. They need to start holding refs accountable.
Yeah.
And when refs fuck up in a game, they need to sit out the next game. They need to be held accountable like players and coaches. They need to be held up to the same standard because right now, they are the protected class in the NFL. The NFL sticks up for them. The guys that get on the call, Blandino and those guys stick up for them. And then the league backs them up later in the week. It's bullshit.
This one almost felt like it came from the top. We need Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs,
It did.
right?
Right.
Here.
I mean,
That was a slap in the face.
Right?
I mean,
Well, that's how it felt
Came
to
from the
me.
Yeah.
top. Wow,
Yeah.
that's good.
You did say if we asked 1 million people, they would say yes.
Yeah.
Well, we did ask the chat.
It's
And
99%.
80%.
yeah.
That 20% is Steelers fans.
Yeah,
It's
20%.
Steelers
That's
fans.
all it is, right?
Man, I feel like I got street on, man.
Yeah, more now.
Well, yeah, because of that bullshit, excuse my language. The Steelers are now back above 500 and leading the AFC North. And you know who is really happy about that? Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
Because as of last week, they were chanting for your job.
Yeah.
Fire Mike Tomlin. So I do want to see what Mike Tomlin has to say after this because they might be quieting down. He said,
Give him
kiss
a
Thank
kiss.
you.
Yeah.
my
Thank
butt.
you.
Kiss my ass.
Kiss my butt.
Yep.
We are going to the playoffs. We're going to win this division. So that was from Mike Tomlin. And Aaron Rodgers had something to say also about it. Let's take to that.
Maybe you guys will shut the hell up for a week.
Ooh! Are we going to shut up? Do we still want to talk?
I ain't shutting up. I ain't shutting up. It was clear and obvious, so you can take that how you want it.
All right. Well, I know you were rooting for the Steelers in the beginning of the year. You jumped off that bandwagon. So how are you feeling now? Do you feel like the Steelers can win the North?
Hey, man, they took control of it. You know what I'm saying? Even with that play, they still played a better football game, man. They played solid on defense. They threw the ball downfield. They hit some explosives. So, I mean, if they could play like that week in, week out, I'll still be on board with them. You know what I'm saying? I like that team.
Also, you're back.
I just reversed psychology. I'm doing this shit you been doing. Yeah. I ain't no board. They still gonna lose. The Ravens gonna win it. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, I think it's still up in the air though. Even with that win, they gotta play the Ravens again. They both got tough schedules.
They do.
So
Yeah.
anybody could drop a game in between. So, hey man, I think the bottom line is it's gonna come down to that week 17 matchup in Pittsburgh. The winner is gonna win a division. Simple as that.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one of the best performances for the Steelers all season, as far as offensively speaking.
Exactly.
You know, I think they were really aggressive. DK Metcalf early in the game. Rodgers got it going. He showed off a little mobility. I mean, the offense kept producing points, putting Baltimore in a situation where they had to go score points and putting them under pressure. And I think, when Pittsburgh can play with the lead, they can get that pass rush on defense really fired up, get those boys hunting after the quarterback. I'm going to say Pittsburgh is in position to win the AFC North, not only because they got the win against the Ravens, but I think the Ravens' offensive line is a huge liability. Lamar isn't firing on all cylinders because he can't get the protection up front. Daniel Falele, I watched a Twitter video on him earlier in the day, and this guy's just letting guys go, just getting beat. And there's constantly pressure up in Lamar's face. Derrick Henry, I mean, he's had a little bit of an impact, but nothing like he was last year. So I think you look at the offensive line for the Baltimore Ravens and the defense for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I like where the Pittsburgh Steelers are at when their offense is playing at this high level.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they started fast. That's the best thing they had in their favor. They completed the deep ball, which they ain't completed all year, 40 plus yards. So, like, that was one anomaly that shit probably ain't gonna ever happen again. But, DK had his best game in a long time. I'll give him that. He even played special teams. He was feeling himself. He even played gunner at the end of the game, trying to show that team, that whole team aspect. But, Baltimore got it going in the second half, man. And they were playing better, and they were the better team in the second half. They were running the ball. Henry got to move on it. Lamar became more accurate with the football. Flowers was catching the ball and getting yak yardage. So, it was good they got on top. Aaron was not as fragile as he has been in the past few weeks. Maybe that wrist was feeling a lot better. He even rolled out and got the touchdown. Which, who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? Not me. I tell you. I still didn't think he had the ball when he crossed the end zone. But, they got to start fast, and if they could withstand that and get the call from the rest at the end of the game, they could win out, But like Lee said, it's going to come down to that game, that divisional game, who wants it more at the end of the year. It's the AFC North. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be physical. And whoever runs the ball better, if the Baltimore Ravens can get Henry going.
Join their team?
Man, I say we with my favorites. So I'm part of every one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So I say we.
I didn't know
If
Ravens.
Baltimore can get the run game going with Henry, they become so much more successful.
Man, I'm not going to crown the Steelers just yet, because to me, the game I watched yesterday was more about what's wrong with the Ravens than what's right with the Steelers. Lamar just ain't right, and I keep waiting for Lamar to turn completely back into Lamar, and I don't know, he's been on the injury report every week as they won their games with a new injury, like something new. So it's ankle, knee, hip, it's like, I don't know, maybe he's just beat all to hell and they can't protect him. And yet, to me, yesterday was about one team playing much harder for its coach on the hot seat than the other team playing hard for its coach who should be on the hot seat. I just think John Harbaugh is going to be gone. If this continues to go south and they don't win it, and I'm not giving up on them, but if they don't make it to the playoffs, I think John Harbaugh is going to be gone. I think they're going to just say, we got to change scenery. What's it been? I've lost track. Is it 18 years or whatever it is?
It's up there because when I got drafted, I was in there talking to Harbaugh.
Who were you?
Wow.
Oh, what? Yeah, I didn't know that.
I thought I was there.
So forever ago.
Man, I thought number 16 pick.
Bingo.
No,
Big
forever ago. Like, I own my oldness. I ain't trying to be. Hey, I like being 40.
Yeah. And I know, Kinsey, you weren't born yet, right?
Stop.
Yeah. But look, Aaron had a day because DK had a day. He caught 7 for 148. And then the weird part was they had to rush him to the hospital after the game because he was having stomach trouble. DK. I don't know what it was about. I don't know.
Probably got punched on that gunner.
Maybe.
I mean, he was taking.
That
I mean,
appendix
he
or
was.
something.
He was catching some balls. He was taking some big hits on the ground. He was
Yeah,
hitting
but
the ground.
Aaron hadn't completed a ball over 31 yards all season, and then he had 4 yesterday. Okay, I don't.
Threw it downfield, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
where's the Baltimore defense that I used to know and love, man? That you could trust in big games. Where are they?
They was at the game reunion.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
They ain't been there all year.
I think,
Taking a nap.
with Lamar, the best part about Lamar's game is he's sudden, right? Things break down, Lamar can use his legs, he can, make things happen. I think this year he's just like a half step
He
slow.
doesn't look sudden.
He doesn't look sudden,
Early.
and the pressure from the lineman up front, it's just instant. It's in his face. So again, he's running. He's kind of just, you know, a little gimp, but he just can't make the plays. They're just not allowing him time enough to process or allowing him time enough to move. They've got Derrick Henry going, but it's been so up and down. They really have to revamp that offensive line. That offensive line is kind of plug and play. The Lele guy we're talking about, he's a big, massive guy. He's 100% supposed to play tackle. He's in there at guard getting whipped. And he's getting turned around, and it looks bad. They got to really evaluate. They got Linderbaum. Linderbaum's a stud, but he's a free agent. So I'm hoping Raiders go write him a big check, but you know, I think it's too little, too late. We thought Lamar was going to come back and really lift them, but I think he's just a little too banged up.
It was over with for them Ravens.
I don't know if it's over with. What are they?
Like the Steelers.
Who do they got? I mean, if the
That
Steelers can
division's
play,
still wide
but
open.
if the Steelers can play like they can yesterday, like perform at a high clip, get the ball downfield, Rodgers using his legs, run game going, getting all that stuff going. So we got the Ravens, they got the Bengals, they got the Patriots, got the Packers, they got the Steelers. That's a rough run of things right now.
Pittsburgh sold out on the run early.
Yeah.
Because of what the Bills did to them the weekend.
Yeah,
They
they
sold
got
out. I'm like, damn, they really stopping the run. I couldn't believe it. But they sold out. Like you
sold out.
said, when you get on top early, you can do that.
Steelers got Dolphins, Lions, Browns, Ravens. That looks a lot.
I like that Dolphins for the L.
Hey, listen, dude, you don't know what. Hey,
Cooking
shout out
now.
to Miami though. Shout out to
I
Miami.
like that
Dolphins been
Dolphins.
cooking.
They fired the GM and those boys found
Look.
life. Like, hey, I was all over them. I was on their ass because they looked
Dumpster
lifeless.
fire.
Dumpster fire. I mean, that was bad. They look uninspired. They look like a dumpster fire. They got back to their roots. They got A-Chain going.
A-Chain, man.
They
He
fed
catch
them.
a seat.
Maybe it
Catch
was
the
an
crease.
interview. Maybe it was an
That
interview we did with
motherfucker
them.
Catch one of these.
With H.
Hey.
Yeah.
Catch one of these
But hey,
creases.
they're running the
go.
football. They're playing physical. All the level stuff is working on offense. Defense is playing well. I got to give it to the Miami Dolphins, but I like the Steelers just because they got the easier run. Dolphins, Lions, Browns, Ravens. I'll take that over Bengals, Patriots, Packers.
Browns.
Yeah, all
that's
day.
easy.
Real quick point for TJ. Baltimore did have 217 yards rushing yesterday. I mean,
Damn, did they really?
Told it.
Second
TJ's been
half.
all year.
I think Derrick Henry had like 90 something.
Pittsburgh had 34, so it was 217 to 34. Pittsburgh won the game.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
I think Pittsburgh needs Derrick Henry. I think Pittsburgh needs a big bruising back. I like Gainwell and I like Warren, but I think what they want to do is they want to pound that thing up close. And they got two speed guys. They need a big back. Right.
All right, let's move on to the Bears because you two were riding the Bears train last week.
Yep.
But after a big first half deficit, Caleb Williams and the Bears clawed their way back in Green Bay, and they got to 21-21 in the fourth quarter. And an impressive touchdown drive by Jordan Love gave the Packers a touchdown lead with under 4 minutes in the fourth quarter. Bears didn't go down easy, though, with a great final drive that fell short. Outro throw Caleb wished he could take back because Keyshawn Nixon getting the game-sealing interception with under 30 seconds left. So let's take a little look at how it ended in this play. Why? Same play that they used earlier this year. Oh. Where I feel like he could have ran and made that happen, but he
I feel
chose
like
to
that was
throw.
on the run.
Oh,
Yeah, on the run. Great play
I
by
think he had a
Keyshawn
couple
Nixon. He said
options,
after the
but that
game
was a
that
great
wasn't even
play.
his guy. He just kind of fell off and
did.
made that play.
Yep.
well, Akeem, what was your reaction to
What
Ben?
was that? That was my reaction when he doing that.
Ah. Hey, I thought it was a great play though. They've been successful running similar type plays just like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Take it to the running back, let the running back go to the flat, get a tight end to the corner. Caleb out there, he can use his legs. So and then you have like a trailer that's like the second level. You kind of get in between both of them. I look there, I don't like that. I always got this guy coming. I thought he could have hit DJ Moore, came behind the line and kind of opened up late. So he ain't want to air mail it, overthrow it like he do. Every time he misses an overthrow. So that's why I thought he took a little bit off of it to make sure it wasn't an overthrow. Nixon fell back, made a hell of a play. But overall, the play call, I thought it was a fucking great play call, man. You had options everywhere. He even was open. The corner route was even open. He would have threw it a little bit further. I think he looked here, he looked to run first. He seen Green Bay was very prepared for it. They had 3 guys.
They did. They had
What?
3.
They had
Yeah.
4 guys in the flat. They
On Swift.
on
Yeah,
Swift
yeah,
and they was coming, moving the edge when them was coming to play Caleb if he wanted to run. So
Yep.
they did this shit all year, bro. They great on third down. A lot of the plays look just like this. You know what I'm saying? So the Packers was just prepared for it, and if he would have took his third option, he might have had a touchdown. So he took a little bit off of it. It was a bad throw. He wish he would have put a little bit more on it, or not even a little bit more, just throw it a little bit earlier. But shit, I like
It's still a battle.
I like the play call. I like the aggressiveness, man. Hey, it is what it is. The Packers was prepared. They made a play.
I like you said, aggressiveness. That's what it comes down to. It's aggressive.
Yeah.
They've been living and dying by these plays, and they're young, hot upstarts. Making plays. They just ran into a good team that was prepared. I like the play call by Ben Johnson. You know, it's kind of built to this for the Bears. Ben Johnson to be able to get in his bag, because Caleb's coming around. Caleb's developing. Caleb is really athletic, moving to the sideline and making throws downfield. It's a little bit throwback to his USC days. But I think I like it. I like the call to be aggressive. He had some options on it. They were open. He just couldn't get it together.
Yeah, I mean, I love the play call. He had 4 options. He had the run. He had Swift in the flat. He had DJ Moore in the intermediate, and then he had Kmet deep. I think if he would have been a little bit more patient, he could have hit DJ Moore if he would have stopped and just dumped it to him, because everybody was over pursuing to the flat, like Lee said. Or if he really had something made up already, he would have hit the tight end Kmet really early, because he was butt naked. Like, I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I don't really like about it, and it is part of the misdirection, the concept misdirection, is going into Caleb's throwing side. Like, he had to
He been dogging it going.
and they scored. They scored earlier with the same type of play,
Exactly.
with the tight end blocking down
All
in
year.
the red zone. But yeah, I think if it would have been rolled out the other way, it may have been a little bit easier. But also, it may have been a little bit easier to defend, because they would have known it was coming more. But they covered it like they knew it was coming regardless. So you just gotta. I think that trailer, that's the money play right there, because they run to the flat. They didn't cover the 7 as well. But that late guy coming late, DJ Moore, that was the money ball. But the play was
I'm with you. The one issue I had is you have to let Caleb go to his right. I know he's been dealing to his left because he's just a spectacular athlete. I told him Friday, he just makes plays, man, where you just say, damn, that's just too good. And he had made 2 to his right in this game where you're like, that's impossible. Where he's just about out of bounds and he just whips it sidearm and throws an accurate football. I don't know if Ben Johnson is thinking that Mike is going to line up over there on Green Bay's left and just rush upfield, so you don't want Caleb running right into this rush lane, because Micah just runs, upfield.
I guarantee you that has something to do with it.
Right?
Get him, Skip.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that has something to do with it. Let's go away from Micah.
Okay, but Micah lined up in the A gap, as he often does. He just stood in the A gap and went up the middle and was no factor in the play. So now, well, okay, wait a second. Wait, you told me he was going to wreck the game.
I did.
He had one
You did say that.
assisted tackle. One assisted tackle. That's it. Period.
He had some QB hits.
Okay, one
He had some pressures,
assisted
QB
tackle.
hits.
He didn't even get him by himself, right? And then he
Henry
had.
was running from Parsons. He ran into another guy, got him a sack.
Okay.
He ran from him again, got this dude a
And
sack.
Micah had big 0 goose egg sacks. He had 0. So he had 1 assisted tackle and 0 sacks.
They need to make a sack for assisted sack.
Okay.
If you're running from me and he get a sack, you need to get some love on that.
Yeah,
You
well,
know what I'm saying?
that's
Assisted
pressures,
sack.
and he probably had 19 pressures yesterday, but I didn't.
They was
look
up
at
there.
that. I just know he had 1 assisted tackle, and he's so good against the run. He's a beast against the run. That's what I hear. I don't see it when I'm watching the game, but be that as it may. So here goes Caleb to his left, short side of the field, and 3 guys go with Swift in the flat. So you are not going to dump it to Swift. And I'm with you. I thought for a second if he had hit the Jets, he might have been able to run for it, because it's just a yard. Okay, you just need a yard. Maybe you just hit the stick, try to beat them to the stick, and just get the 1 yard. Instead, he sees Cole Kmet. Okay, think about this. Cole Kmet is 6 feet 6 inches tall. Keyshawn Nixon, as much as I like him, he is no more than 5'10". I looked at his combine. He was 5'10 and 1/8. He's just somewhere right around 5'10". He plays little to me. He plays short. Okay, so Caleb, you got to make 1 throw for the game, because I think they're going to go for 2. I just think they would. On the road, I think they're just going to go for the throw, because that's the way Ben Johnson
Got to.
plays, because he's off Campbell's tree, right? you got to get the ball to the back line of the end zone and just make it a jump ball. It's not that hard to throw. You got to set your cross body, as you say, but you got to turn a little bit and set your feet just a little bit. And just, I get it that he airmails, but this is the one. He's 6'6", over 5'10". If you just throw him a jump ball, you're going to win the game. That's what I believe. Just throw him a jump ball because there's no way Keyshawn's going to get up and get a hand on that. That's just me. So it's just
I
a
just
bad
felt like he
idea.
tried to be too safe with it.
Okay, well, maybe.
Tried to do that. and then Nixon covered some ground when he was looking. He looked at, he open. But
He
by
made
the
a
time you
good
throw
play.
it, by the time you
He made a
throw it,
good play.
he covered some ground on it. So he thought he could just lob it up there and get him a catch. But Nixon covered some ground. He was already on his way running to him by the time Caleb seen him.
Okay, worst case, if you get it in the area code commit, he's going to have to interfere with it. He's just going to have to tackle him. That's the only way you're going to stop it, to me. And
Yeah,
so
throw him, man.
you should have taken the bet.
I should have took the bet, man.
Okay?
Should've taken-
Easy.
The
Throw it
best,
to that back
best
pylon.
bets are the ones you turn down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Well,
always
again-
should have taken it
Yeah.
when you turn it down.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it was a battle. And definitely the NFC North is going to be a battle. They're both really, really great teams. But we have a game tonight. And this is also going to be a good one. Monday Night Football. We have the Eagles making the trip out west to take on the Chargers. So it's a big game for both teams, 8-4. So I'm going to start with Richie. What's the score? Who wins?
This is going to be a tight ball game on the road. I'm looking for the Eagles to get back on track. I'm looking for them offensively to get the run game going, get A.J. Brown, get Devontae Smith involved, because this is going to be a big road game for them. This is a chance for them to come out to the West Coast, get a statement win, kind of gain a little momentum. We saw the Steelers gain a little momentum. We see the Bills gaining a little momentum. I think the big deciding factor is going to be Herbert's hand injury. The guy just had surgery about 6-7 days ago. He was a little
Last
shaky.
Monday.
Yeah, last
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah.
He was a little shaky when he came back in the game last week, kind of handling snaps, stuff like that. So I think they're going to have to change up the game plan for him. Expecting the Eagles to get back on track and play a really good game. Low-scoring game. They're going to keep it close. I'm going Eagles 20, Chargers 17.
Ooh. Keith?
I hate that Cali trip for Philly.
Yep.
I hate the Cali trip, man. They've been struggling the last few games. Shit, Jalen Carter out.
Jalen
That was like,
Carter out.
that popped up.
Huge.
He got these shoulder issues.
Yep.
Makuba done broke his shit. He out. Everything tell me to pick the Chargers.
But
But I just think Sirianni been more involved in it.
Yeah.
He been more involved in the offense. Like, for some reason, I just think Philly gonna come out getting buckets. And I'm gonna just go against the grain. I thought I was gonna be the only one. For real. Some just told me I was gonna be the only one, but I like the Eagles, man. 28-23.
Man, the Chargers, they've been cooking. Herbert is, his hand is down, but I think if they do well, like I always say about teams that do well, they're gonna be able to run the ball with Votto and Hampton. Hampton back. Your boy you just mentioned is out on the D line for
finally Hampton's back.
the Eagles, and you give Jim Harbaugh extended time, like you believe in Sirianni. I think Harbaugh's gonna put something up where he get them boys going early. It's Monday night at SoFi. It's gonna be cracking. It's gonna be cracking. And then I like the receiving core against Philly secondary, man. I like Ladd, man. Quentin Johnson, he a big play waiting to happen. And Keenan Allen, Mr. Reliable. So, man, I got the Chargers. I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring game, but I got 24. It's going to be close. 24-19.
Okay.
Chargers.
Well,
All right, Skip.
I'm with you on that, but I don't like the Eagles, and I'm still holding out a little ray of hope for the Dallas Cowboys. How to get back in.
That is
back
from
on
the
all
vote,
the
Skip.
I need the Eagles just to lose out. Just lose every game, and I still don't think, even though
Never say
Sirianni
never.
says he got back involved in the offense, I still don't think they found themselves. And the one thing I know about Jim Harbaugh, he will pound the rock. And the last time I was watching the Eagles was at Philadelphia, and pounding the rock were the Bears, because it seemed like they ran for 300 yards
Shit, they
that
damn near-
Friday, right? And Jim Harbaugh with Omarion Hampton back from his fractured ankle, and they say he looked sensational in practice. I just think they're going to run it and run it and run it some more with no Jalen Carter anchor in the middle of that defense. So it's going to be ball control, clock control, lower scoring, I'm going to go 21-19 home team in this one. With Justin Herbert kind of going along for the ride because he can't be great. But I will say this about Justin Herbert. I don't think he responds well to huge expectations and pressure heaped on him. So now some of the pressure's off where nobody will expect him to light it up. And I think he'll play well enough for them to win a close game.
It's all going to come down to that Chargers offensive line. They got to keep him clean.
Yeah.
Got some backups in there. He's been getting crushed back there. They got to establish that run game. If they can't get that run game going and they put it all on Herbert, it's going to be a long night for him.
Yep.
I mean, but it is his offhand. This is offhand.
It is.
That offhand, man, you gotta
it is his
still
offhand,
take
but
that
what
in.
happens when you get taken down from behind and you go down with that offhand? You're holding on to that ball.
They
and
said
you're
he
down
had
with that
surgery, so, after surgery, be feeling better.
Shoot, they put a plate in there.
But yeah, even better, Iron Hand.
Iron Man. All right, the arena is divided on the Monday night games. We'll see how that turns out. We're going to be back here on the couch tomorrow. We have a little double day for you guys. We're going to do Gil's Arena, and then following will be us for Gridiron. So we will catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching the Arena Gridiron. Woo woo!
Paul Pierce and Danny Green spin their trip and saying SJ has a
I don't mean this.
Ask the question, are they spinning or tripping saying that SJ has a deeper bag than MJ?
If there was ever a show made for us, this might be today.
I mean, listen, there are some people describing it as the best case scenario. And to me, that is the epitome of loser mentality. We'll get to that later. How you feeling about Shedeur? You feeling good today?
Yeah, I got to feel good about Shedeur today. Yes.
Any victory laps you'd like to take, right?
No. We're better than the victory
We are
laps.
not.
You can't
Take
ride.
the victory
There's
lap.
too many highs and lows and everything that comes with talking football. You don't believe me when I say this. I don't take the highs and run with them. I don't. I bury myself in the lows because I'm just a masochist or something. I'm not sure. I just murder myself with the lows. But
Whips and chains and whatnot.
when the easy now. When the highs happen, you got to take it in stride because the NFL, the way this works is they're just waiting to just go ahead and slap you across the face next week and figure it all out from there. But it felt really good. It felt really good to be able to have Shedeur play the way that he did. Nick, not just the idea that he looked good. Think about how he looked good. You had only Joe Bitonio was the starting lineman from week 1 that was on the field in yesterday's game. You were down to 4 backup offensive linemen. You had 3 different pass catchers get injured in that game. He got 64% of pressure on plays, and he was dealing. Like, that was a lot of fun.
So you do need to take a victory lap today, and that many supporters should be taking a victory lap because for 8 months, people have gotten progressively more negative about Shedeur, and for a majority of those 8 months he hasn't played. Like, I am Switzerland. I can only take so much of a victory lap for being open-minded to Shedeur, being a good NFL quarterback. But, like, I understand the idea of, like, because here's the thing, if you don't do it today, there's not a mythical time in the future you will. It's not like at the end of the season, if he's got 4 more good games ahead of him like he did yesterday, it's going to be 4 weeks late.
We got enough time for I Was Right Radio. Don't worry. There's enough. I do love that part of life. I love I Was Right. But I don't. No. We don't. Unless I'm, shooting off celebration cannons, we take things in stride, Nick. That's how we do things around here.
See. You didn't want to bring the cannon back today, huh?
I wanted to. It was a loss. I couldn't bring it back in a loss.
Yes, you could.
No, I couldn't.
Yes, because it was an L for them and it was a dub for you.
This is where my emotional strings are being pulled in every single direction. Did last night feel good in many ways? Yes, it did. Do I feel better about the idea that in a loss the season's going nowhere. Like if the season was going to the postseason, or if the year was going to the postseason, that would have been crushing to lose that game in that situation in many ways. But there are enough Browns fans out there that just think we did enough for the draft board yesterday, and that's the win. And then Shedeur looking good and being able to evaluate him for the rest of the season, that's also the win. And so I left last night feeling overall very optimistic.
I would love to be able to have a true representation of where Browns fans are today, with the three things from that game that left you feeling some sort of way. And it's really four things, if we're being honest. It's Shedeur's 4-touchdown performance, and not just that. It's the highs and lows of the interception in the third quarter that gave Tennessee the lead, basically, and then watching him mount a comeback. So that's one part of it. The handling of Shedeur in the fourth quarter while he was dealing, including the 2-point conversions.
Yep.
That's another part of it, which is, again, why you lost. The coaching boo-boos across from Bubba to Kevin to Tommy. And then, of course, the defense picking. The worst week you could have to have the worst week. Like, I saw...
That was Tony Pollard, Jim Brown.
Not just that.
What happened there?
But, like, honestly, guys, Cam Ward wanted to give you this game. He wanted to give you 4 interceptions.
I'm getting so angry thinking about the amount of people that were even questioning, like, did Cam Ward play a better game than Shedeur yesterday? What are you talking about? Stop huffing paint. It was very obvious who the better quarterback in the field was yesterday.
I can't remember the Jamoke from Nashville radio, but somebody had put the stats up of Shedeur and Cam Ward. He's like, well, one of these guys plays the number 2 defense. I'm like, the Browns have the number 2 defense, but they just played like number 2 yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that was a wild amount of people that were trying to make the case that Cam Ward looked awesome in that game. As if the Devin Bush interception, by the way, just never existed. As if he didn't have all sorts of throws that were nowhere close and only threw for 140 yards passing. That was bothersome. What I thought early on the narrative was going to be, after the Quinshawn 58-yarder to the house, I thought people were going to be like, because he started accumulating a lot of numbers very quickly in that game, and I was like, oh no. People are just going to wipe away. They're going to say it is all because of the 58-yarder, and it's not going to look good. And I'm like, oh no. And then obviously you end up with the game where he has almost 400 all-purpose yards. He is the leading rusher in the game. He is obviously the leading passer in the game, and he made a million big-time throws that we can talk about.
I mean, I just think the push and pull of today, and I'd love to get the true representation where you're at today, is are you more excited about Shedeur's big game or angry at Kevin Stefanski? Because I had 4 hours. That was a slow game yesterday. I had 4 hours of Stefanski. Now, we can say, well, Tommy Rees called this play, or, well, Bubba Ventrone, he's the head coach of the team. For the love of God, you can ascribe some blame to the head coach of the team. That versus, I was really worried I was going to have to come in here and be like, Shedeur lost the game, because that's how bad that interception was, only for that young man to go out and within, what was it, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, put together 2 game-winning drives. In what I honestly is not even close, the best quarterbacking performance we've seen. And honestly, not just this year, because that's the lowest bar ever. Probably since Joe Flacco picked one of the games back in 2023.
I mean, he rallied in a way that we've seen him do at Colorado, and he took it to the next level. And so, like, this was in start 3, he throws for 360 yards, accounts for 4 touchdowns in what I've described as just the most banged-up offensive line in the sport, and 3 pass catchers out in that game. Like, that is a mwah, chef's kiss of a performance by Shedeur. And when we talk about it, we have to keep going to the idea that there are so many quarterbacks, veterans in this league, that would have absolutely faltered under those circumstances, with that situation, the way that you're playing with just a starved offense that was just, they had nothing on that team at that point.
Also, he wasn't playing against IUPUI. This narrative, and listen, let's just be honest. If you're not totally convinced on Shedeur, we're cool. If you are, if you're like, I need to see that a couple more times before I get too excited, we are cool. If you are negating what he did yesterday, just admit it, you're not a Browns fan anymore. If you can't take enjoyment out of what that was yesterday, even in a loss, even against the Titans, I'm sorry. Like, guys, we've seen plenty of Browns quarterbacks. We've seen Dylan Gabriel throw for 160 yards against the New York Jets in a loss.
That was like 3 Dylan Gabriel games worth of production, by the way.
Like, I understand that Shador is a lightning rod. I understand there were a myriad of reasons that you might not like him, including some that are really just stupid, petty, and some that are just really horrific. But if you can't get excited by what you saw yesterday, I think you just might not be, I don't know, liking football anymore.
So the only part that did make me mad was the idea that, and obviously we'll touch on this a little bit later on, but the idea that, you know, this ended any conversation about whether or not the Browns can evaluate quarterbacks when you think Dylan Gabriel was anything close to that guy. But it also makes it just so obvious and so clear that the discussion the entire time was just fraught with all sorts of problems. And clearly, if it was a misevaluation, call it what it was, but then they don't know how to evaluate. And on top of it, I can't believe so many people fell for that line of thinking and just took what they spoon-fed them and just acted as if that was what was obviously happening with the idea.
It doesn't sound like you're talking about fans, by the way. It sounds like you're talking maybe more in a professional sense.
So many people in this instance. They got spoon-fed information. I had all sorts of people here coming up and showing me that, oh, Browns are saying this about behind the scenes. Oh, yeah, okay, because I'm going to believe everything the Browns tell me, and these people believed them. They believed what the Browns told them. They ran with it, and it was so irresponsible that I can't even have it.
I was so confused.
So irresponsible.
I was so confused all of yesterday night. One, because I was watching the Bears-Packers game, which I don't care what the score says. That was just a dud of a game. There was so much bad quarterbacking in that, but I digress. So I was a little bummed that didn't live up to the hype in my head. And two, I was confused because I was like, well, I really want to be excited about Shador. But also, God, you know what, Kevin Stefanski.
So you know what this is, though. This is the Baker game against the Raiders, where Nick Chubb went off and had a couple major runs. You lose that one 45-42 in overtime, but Baker looked awesome in that game. I think that was another 350-yard performance for Baker, and that's very early on in his rookie season. That is after, obviously, the Jets game in Week 3, but that's the first runway that he had, and it was a loss. It was a loss, but there was so much hope attached to that loss and scoring a 40-point performance that you just have to resign yourself to the idea that was for the greater good almost. Like, that wasn't for Shador. It doesn't mean Shador is going to be the franchise quarterback for the next 10 years and we go to the Super Bowl and everything's awesome after one game. But he gets the next 4 games. He gets the runway to continue to show what he can do, and then we're off to the races. Hopefully, we're off to the races.
We'll get to the best-case scenario for Browns fans and why I hate that mentality. I do think yesterday was potentially the best-case scenario for supporters, because I think you got to see Shador. You got validated with Shador and all the nonsense of the NFL machinations against this kid, while also you're one step closer to Kevin Stefanski getting fired. So, to the supporters out there, that really was a pipe dream moment. Like, could it really ever be this good?
I thought it was going to be impossible to have him have a game like he did yesterday, and the prevailing thought afterwards wasn't going to be anything but Stefanski's awesome. Wow, look at the work that he did.
Yep.
I didn't know that we could have this type of moment, and because you know, because we've been talking about it for months. What was going to make me the most angry through all of this was them trying to take credit for Shador being good at football. He's always been good at football, okay? There's nothing Stefanski did in 3 weeks that made the light bulb go on, okay? And I was getting ready to be angry about it all, but the way yesterday went down, that's not the conversation at all.
Listen, we'll wait to see what Albert Breer has to say tomorrow at 5:20. That would be my only rebuttal there, because I remember he lit us up. He teared that ass, I think, if I remember his MMQB.
He said your name, not mine there. So,
I remember whose name he said. It is about whatever the hell that Kevin Stefanski was thinking. Because here's the thing. While I was watching Shador yesterday, there is the element of, this is what we were hoping we could get at some point from this young man. But because we saw that 3 games in, the first thing I did was go back and be like, man, I wonder how much ahead of schedule he could have been if he had just been treated like he was alive from like April until like 4 weeks ago.
I don't think it's an accident that before and after the Raiders game, he talked about what would happen if he had a full off season of training and a full off season of getting the reps and getting number 1. Like, all of these things matter. They chose a different guy. They chose poorly, and it was proof positive based off of yesterday.
And I just think with Shador, listen, 1 game is a lot to say he's the quarterback of the future. Mm-hmm. But now I believe it's possible, right? Like, now it's listen, the idea that he's going to do what he did yesterday 4 more times this year with pass catchers going down. You lost Posick for the rest of the year with a snapped Achilles, which stinks, by the way, that he's going into free agency and he has that. That just, you know,
I guess Wyatt Teller's again he's out next week as well.
Well, I mean,
that's what we heard.
We got to see more. Actually, Tevin. I don't think Tevin Jenkins.
Meanwhile, I did watch Carly's TikTok yesterday, and that's not what she was saying was going to happen in the TikTok, just for whatever it's worth.
But so your offensive line's going down. That defense might have checked out yesterday, and we just don't know it. Like, I think we know it. But like, it's tough to see him repeating that 4 more times over the final 4 games of the season. But I now go into these games thinking, hey, you have a chance in December, simply because this kid played the way he did against the Titans.
Well, you have a chance in December, and if everything goes well, you have some flexibility. Like, you don't have to force anything with the quarterback at the top of the draft. You don't have to force anything with potentially trading all your picks to move up to get a quarterback. You don't even have to think about, again, if things go well, you don't have to think about the stupid, like, Kirk Cousins discussions we had last offseason and everything that accompanies all this stuff. Like, life is so much sweeter if this just works out. That's where the excitement for Browns fans has to come from, is that not only are you a much better ball club if Shedeur ends up being the franchise quarterback and is the answer, but it just gives you so much more flexibility, and it gives you way more of a chance to start winning sooner.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do that, no matter who you're playing after 3 weeks of first-team reps with a battered situation, and you can just get something in between. If you just get the aggregate between the first 2 starts and yesterday for the next 4 weeks, well, what is he going to look like with a full off season? And again, it doesn't guarantee. Nothing like, hell, you could have taken this kid with the number 2 pick. Nothing is guaranteed. You've got to do it long term. You've got to show growth over a long amount of time. But like, there wasn't a single moment where I watched Dylan Gabriel play that I was like, oh, he is decidedly better than the day before.
Right?
Yeah. And now 3 games in, and again, it should be important that, like, they can say, well, we're really protecting him. Maybe true, maybe not, because they've lost the right for you to trust them on anything they say, not just because they've been patently and absurdly wrong about these 2 quarterbacks, but the point is, like, you come back to what they're doing. You come back. The fact that he's done this gives you hope of, man, with a left tackle, maybe a couple guards, and a true playmaker up there alongside Fannin and Judy, and all of a sudden you could have the only thing you need, which is a league average offense.
Well, and think about it. Everyone's like, oh, the offensive line looked so good yesterday. They looked good for 3 weeks. And first off, I don't think that's an accident. And now all of a sudden everyone starts to look good. But Shedeur was still pressured on 64% of his plays. That's the highest rate Tennessee has had all season long. Like, they were doing everything they could in order to generate the pressure they needed to. Shedeur just made it look like it wasn't happening. Shedeur was able to make it look like it was normal football. And I don't think enough credit goes to him in those type of areas in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the playmaking stuff, it's funny, of all the plays he made, and that Judy throw was a Shaddad just on the money. To me, though, the play that was like I don't want to say it's like the Baker Mayfield special, but the play that I was like, that's my quarterback, it was a touchdown run. That was an absolute broken play. It was a time where I've seen Dylan turtle, and I've seen Joe Flacco turtle this year, and I've certainly seen Deshaun turtle. I've seen so many guys turtle in that moment. To watch him, who again, the knock on him is he's not mobile. Right? The knock on him is he's not his father, and you and I both, this is something that I will take a small victory lap, but I'm like, just because he's not Deion freaking Sanders doesn't mean the kid can't move.
And we have to emphasize just how bad that line was that he was playing at Colorado.
Yes.
Like, that is, because I know people, they'll pull up the rushing numbers at Colorado. They're in the negative. Like, because the sacks count as yards, they're in the negative by a decent amount. But that's because he just had one of the worst offensive lines in college football history. Like, you do have to account for that in some regard. He can use his legs, but it's not the feature that I think a lot of people would think it would be.
So I know a lot of people just want to do the rubber stamp. Shedeur became the future quarterback of the Cleveland Browns yesterday. I'm not there yet. But what I will tell you is he did the things like, we've talked about this. When you have this owner, when you have this dysfunction, when you have disorganization, you can't just be a dude. You can't just be some schmo.
You gotta be something special.
You can't be, oh, shucks, Kirk Cousins, you like that. No, you need to have something within you, some sort of spark, toughness, grit, charisma, some thing of that. There's no coincidence that the only time we've seen that has been Baker Mayfield, and now it is 3 games, but we're seeing it from Shedeur. And what is the comp you and I have made since the draft it has been Baker Mayfield.
Right, that's why I tell people, I think the number one thing I've been drawn to with Shedeur the entire time has been I see so much of the two of them, and whether that's Shedeur and Baker, whatever way you want to describe it, like it exists, and it's in the intangibles in many ways. It's in the toughness that I can't believe the amount of people I heard today being like, I had no idea Shedeur was that tough. I was worried about how slight a frame he was. I didn't know that. It's like, did you ever watch him at Colorado at all?
Are you
Like,
Booker McFarland? You only watched Ohio State once this year?
What are you talking? I think that was like one of the top 5 features everyone brings up consistently about Shedeur is his toughness.
I had no idea he was Deion's kid.
Right.
Like,
Did you just
who was
find
going
this
to
out?
tell me?
I couldn't believe it. Okay, clearly the people I've been arguing with for 8 months never watched any Colorado tape ever. Okay, great.
Have you guys heard about
fantastic.
this? Shadour's a right-handed quarterback.
It was basically that point. I was like, what are we doing? And that's fine.
It's also
That's
very
fine.
accurate. I
That's
mean, these
so
things are blowing my mind.
Listen, that's all right. If a lot of Browns fans and a lot of people we discuss this stuff with have to slowly and surely learn about Shedeur through these games, I'm glad he's got the 4-game runway to try to figure this all out and to be able to showcase what he can do. But it is just that. It's a 4-game runway, and then we'll go from there. But it's fantastic he's going to have the opportunity.
And here's the thing. This is another important thing where I don't love throwing things to it's a lost season, because there are a lot of guys who played really hard this year, and it's tough to say, like, for a guy like Mason Graham who's gotten better and Carson Schweshender who's gotten better, like this is only a lost season if this isn't a bridge to something somewhere at some point. Meaning guys like that and Shedeur and Dylan and Quinshon, and like if these guys aren't a part of something that you're building going forward, if there is a reset in the coaching staff. But you just can't convince me that you out there aren't thinking, man, what would this season have looked like if you had maybe given Joe Flacco 2, maybe 3 more weeks and getting Shedeur ready to play this whole time? Because even though I still don't know you're a playoff team, maybe you could have been that 7 to 8 win team, and really it felt much more like a bridge to somewhere instead of, well, next year now he's got to prove he can be the quarterback and win and all this other stuff.
It had a chance to be drastically different.
Yeah.
It had a chance. They chose Dylan. They chose poorly, and that's why they got to live with those decisions, though. That's why when you're back-to-back 3-win teams in consecutive seasons, and people are saying, oh, but he didn't have the talent. He didn't. No. Stefanski had decisions he got to make. He chose poorly. Or at least somebody in the front office had decisions they got to make. They chose poorly.
Somehow it feels like a Browns victory Monday simply because while they lost, there's hope for the next 4 weeks because Shedeur played better than any quarterback has this year.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Even like Ken this morning, Ken called it a victory Monday like 4 times and had to correct himself and be like, no, we did lose the game. And but that's what this vibe is giving off in many ways. Because yes, it is hope, but it's also the idea that Shedeur looked good, and ultimately quarterback trumps everything in this league. Having a quarterback and having at least the prospect of a quarterback that could take the reins moving forward that's worth its weight in gold, and that's inspiring.
Well, I was thinking about this. Outside of Baker, I can't think of another time that we've been this deep into December. The Browns were just eliminated from the playoffs with a horrific, unexplainable loss to a horrific bad team, and I'm excited to watch the next game.
Yeah.
And not just that, because I think hope really is the main drug that the NFL sells. And you're so right about the hope in the quarterback position and the thing that spurns you on. But it's not just hope for the final 4 games. It's hope that this isn't just going to be so you trade up for Mendoza or more. If you believe in those guys, then it's still going to be a conversation, right? And it wouldn't surprise. I don't know that there's anything Shedeur can do to completely put that conversation to bed. But it just being a real conversation is a gigantic flexibility. The reason why you got boned so hard this last year is your flexibility was Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, into Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. That's your best case scenario was Kirk Cousins, who's helping the LA Rams get a top 10 pick this year by way of Atlanta.
Yeah.
That was going to be your best case scenario, and instead your worst case scenario was Joe Flacco.
Well, and the other subplot around this, and I joked about this with you on Thursday, but I think it kind of bared out over the weekend, where I was imploring everyone, if you don't want to see Deshaun Watson play quarterback next year in any capacity, root for Shedeur to be awesome. Like, root for him to be great.
Still emotional blackmail, by the way.
And yes, it was, and I admit to it, and that's fine. I just needed as many people as I possibly could in that moment to get on board with rooting for Shedeur this last weekend. But like, it is true. Like, there are, and then you get the report on Saturday, and everyone's talking about Deshaun not only being on the team for next year, but possibly starting next year. And maybe that came from David Mulligetta. I don't know. We'll find out later. But like, there's at least that conversation.
Had a signature at the bottom of it. It was really weird.
It might as well have. But like, we'll at least have those. We were having those conversations. We were talking about it. And if Shedeur is, I'm not even saying great. If he's good enough to at least, stave off the quarterback draft conversations, and maybe it's just because Mendoza ends up going number 1 overall and the Browns have the 4th or 5th overall pick, whatever, it gives you options, and you can go into 2027 and you can attack the quarterback plan from there if Shedeur then doesn't materialize.
Now, I said to start the show, if Shedeur playing the way he did yesterday, if it doesn't at least open your mind a little bit, at some point you just have to question whether you like football. Right? Like, if you can't, again, in the second segment.
Because it was just fun? Is that why?
What was fun, he's 4 touchdowns. I don't recall the last time a quarterback got 4 touchdowns in a game and actually was, like, directly responsible for them. However, but, like, if you're still on the fence, or if you're like, well, that's great, but I want to see more. Okay, that's probably the appropriate take today. But it was interesting to see who's willing to maybe start to open up the dialogue there, and who isn't. Well, let's give credit where it's due. Anthony Lima today of the Mono Boys began the show, I believe this from the first hour, maybe admitting a little culpability on his mistakes with Shedeur.
This is what makes the Browns look terrible. It does look really bad that you drafted Dillon ahead of him. You gave him first priority. He wasn't ready for football.
Yeah.
Shedeur was more ready for football. And you told everybody.
Yeah.
This is the thing. When people would get mad at me or Albert Breer or any of the reporters saying that there was this chasm between the 2 quarterbacks, well, it's because the Browns were telling everybody that. And then, by the way they operated, they were telling everybody that. So it was the Browns that planted that seed. And so, yeah, I ran with it. I made the mistake of trusting the Browns on that. And it's obvious to everybody that Dillon Gabriel was not ready, that Shedeur was more ready, and that, oh, by the way, Shedeur has way more talent.
All right. As the lead supporter at this station, is this Anthony Lima taking accountability for his shahate, as it were? Do you accept this logically?
Okay, so there's 2 different roads we can go down, and I want to see which one you think of. Because the first one, this was my initial thought. My initial thought was, wow, that was big of Lima. Like, he didn't have to concede all of that right then and there. And while admitting basically that he just fell victim to the idea that the Browns were pushing him all sorts of information, and like a sucker at the poker table, he was buying it. Oh my goodness! I mean, I'm shocked he did that.
That's frothing.
Well, it's surprising.
You gotta see, if you guys aren't watching the 92 News Man YouTube channel, you need to see the way that as JP was saying it in real time, I could see you
I do get angry. I get angry at it because I sat there and I tried telling anyone that would listen for as long as they would listen that the Browns are lying to everybody behind the scenes about Shedeur's lack of development and all this other stuff, and then it was hogwash. And meanwhile, I was getting shouted down by people like Lima who were telling me, no, you're not talking to the right people. Everyone that's there says he can't even do anything, can't even hold a football. It's like, no, guys, he can. He was really good in college. I'm telling you, this is going to translate. But to have the admittance there that you just took what they said and you ate it up and then tried spoon-feeding it to everybody is what drives me insane. Have a thought for yourself. Have an opinion for yourself. Don't just take what the Browns tell you. That's the part that I get mad about. That's the part that I do get mad about. Now, the other side of this,
you are seeing, by the way, he curtailed that just a little bit because he saw the joy in my eyes as it was happening. He's
anytime Nick gets really excited, I go, oh no, we're going too hard here. This started off as trying to be like, good job, Lima. You did good. Like, thank you for at least admitting it. Thank you for falling on the sword.
The slippery wizard has done a good job being spoon-fed things from the Cleveland Browns.
I do think it takes a lot, though, to at least be like, hey, my bad. I got spoon-fed and fell for it instead of thinking on your own. At least you admitted that.
No, I think it's chicken bleep.
Of course it is. Now the other part of this, Nick, is then as that was playing, though, I had a second thought. I was like, wait a second. Is he in many ways just trying to escape culpability here and pass the buck to the Browns were the reason why I ended up looking like an idiot?
Yeah. I believe that is. I believe that is.
That's also not good enough either. So the same people that made you look, maybe this is just a lesson, okay? The same people that made him look like an idiot throughout this entire process and saying all these other things about how Shedeur isn't ready, where then 3 weeks later he's throwing for, 350 yards and 3 touchdowns. Maybe you shouldn't trust him next time. Maybe that's the learning experience here. Maybe you just don't trust them and run with what they're trying to tell you behind the scenes, because they've lied to you for 6 years about what they do behind the scenes. They're not trustworthy.
I also
they never
think,
have been.
Like, here's the thing. I immensely respect the Cavs and Guardians organizations. So I give them deferential treatment that if they were to say, hey, Nick, heard you said this, and here's what we really think it is. I'm not going to completely go, well, okay, that must be it.
It makes me doubt it even more when that happens.
No, with the Cavs and Guardians, I will at least...
with Cavs and Guardians,
I will have that, like, all right, that checks and balances.
I doubt everybody, though. That's the difference. I doubt everybody.
You should, absolutely. But with 2 very credible organizations, I'll at least entertain what I hear. The Browns cannot sell me anything. There's nothing... And by the way, in the moment that they should have lost all credibility with anybody in the media is training camp. When they were saying how good Dillon, how far ahead he was, how good he looked, and how Shedeur's really not ready, while Shedeur passed every test that we saw and Dillon failed every test we saw, and they acted like the opposite happened, that should have been the moment that a lot of people really wised up, and instead they went, because it's not just London. There were a lot of people that took the bait from this and just didn't keep an open mind on Shedeur because, well, the Browns said, which is the definition of galactic stupid.
Exactly. And the other side, and I thought about this with mine too, and just trying to I'm just trying to be kind here is the point, right? Obviously, I failed at that mission.
We're going back to the kind.
I failed at that mission. I get it, but I was trying to be kind in my head of being like, I'm going to give him credit for admitting this. That was big of him in a way. But the other side of this is, and I just wonder this, is it because we spent so much more time at training camp? Because we do the shows from training camp, and Lima goes to training camp. I'm not saying he's never there, but like for a lot of people, they're not there the amount of days that we're there, and we saw with our own 2 eyes Dillon look awful. And so it made it so much easier in many respects. Yes, I believed in Shedeur way before training camp. And yes, I thought Dillon Gabriel sucked way before training camp. But when you sit there and do an interview with Bernie Kosar, and we collectively watched 7 straight incompletions and nowhere close by Dillon Gabriel, it makes it a lot easier to be like, hey, the red flags are happening. You got more red flags than Tiananmen Square going on right now. Like, can somebody pay attention to what they're trying to shovel to you guys while understanding that it's not matching what our eyes are saying in the slightest bit?
I also think, like, just to, because there's going to be idea of, well, the Browns did give him a chance. Kevin has coached, all this kind of stuff that are very fair conversation to have about this. But I can't get over that there was some sort of internal thing going on that allowed the organization itself to lean into the narratives about Shedeur that were perhaps unfair in the pre-draft process, and that they themselves, or at least parts of them, were still stuck on their pre-draft evaluation instead of letting this kid come in with a blank slate. And I think that, to me, and that, to get back to Kevin Stefanski, that's my frustration. There is what you thought of a human being in the pre-draft process, and then there is going out and saying draft position doesn't matter, it's a clean slate for everyone, and then that not being true.
Well, yeah.
That to me is antithetical to leadership.
Or they're just really bad at their jobs. Take your pick. It's either neither one is a good answer.
Both.
Yeah, but neither one is a good answer though, and so that's part of the problem in the entire discussion. And here's where, as I made the whole segment about Lima, I'll give Lima credit. Out of the 2 of them in the morning, he at least this morning was able to be like, have you listened to Jonathan the past few weeks? Like, he's been very level-headed and very understanding of the situation, and it's all you can do. Is like, my big problem was for 9 months, guys, when we didn't see Shedeur play, I wasn't going to move off what I thought of him in college because we had no new games to go off of. I've said this repeatedly. I thought it was insanity. If I believed him in college, what part of a 9-month layoff would have me being like, no, he sucks? Well, the only way you get off of that, Nick, is if you believe what people like the Browns were telling you behind the scenes. And as we really kind of laid out here, I don't buy anything anybody tells me behind the scenes, because a lot of the times it's whatever they want to push. And so I didn't let it move. I didn't get moved off of that at all.
I got 12:17 Eastern time. The first night too, they
What's going on, guys? Chase Daniel here. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing to the YouTube channel. Appreciate that. Make sure you give that Patreon page a follow as well. All right, week 15 is here. It's coming up, and if you're new here, we've been making money all season long with Prize Picks. Just check this lineup out from last week's Monday Night Football game. $500 winner. Jackson Dart was all over the place. And look, this app's the best. It's Prize Picks. Not only makes watching football more fun for me, but I'm making money while we're doing it, and you can too. So this week we're going to dial it in on a really fun NFC matchup, Lions-Rams. Huge stakes. This week, give me Stafford and Puka more on passing and receiving yards, plus Jared Goff more on passing yards. He's for sure going to hit that. Excited to watch. Remember, if you want to get in on the action, you get free $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 code Chase. Code Chase, that's all you need to know. It's $50 for free to play. Remember, Prize Picks is available in California, Michigan, Florida, and 42 others. Now is your chance to sign up in time for the playoffs, so go do it. It's the best. Let's go. All right, Shedeur Sanders right here, man. Thought he played really well. Thought this was the best game of his career, short career. Imagine what these practice reps can do for a young guy. He's just doing such a great job of understanding. I thought he played really slow this game, which is a good thing. Calm, cool, collected. And this is play 11 of the game. And for him to make this throw, it's just unbelievable. I also read a thought, or saw a thought. He's one of only 2 rookie quarterbacks ever for 40 plus yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and 1 rushing touchdown in one game. I don't care if it's against the Titans. This dude is balling out. All right, so here's the concept. You're going to take this flat route right here. You just want to pull these guys out. You're going to attack the middle of the field, right? You're going to have, I think it's Njoku and Fannin. You're going to go straight to the middle of the field. This is going to be wide open. And watching this, I thought he should have thrown this. But you know what? He wanted to throw 85 the ball, right? He's already starting to throw the ball, and he just trusts his tight end to be exactly where he needs to be, and you can't throw this ball any better. Like, this is an absolute BB dot. I thought, though, this play, just watching this, is supposed to be for 44. He wants to throw it to his guy with 37 going. Let him do it, because he had the hot hand. We're going to get to this 2-point conversion, which everyone's talking about. I like that they're taking Fannin, moving him up there. It should be a post, and it's a corner. And he's just supposed to read the middle of the field, right? He gets up there. Here's another thing, too. I saw a lot of checks at the line of scrimmage. He just looks way more comfortable, right? He's already throwing it, so I get that. And here's the thing, too. His footwork wasn't great this game, but it was really just fun. And that's what I like, because there's a couple times where he gets out. We're going to show a lot of good plays. We're going to show a few bad, too. But you can't, guys, you can't throw this football any tighter, any better, any window. It's just really, really good. All right, here we go. Under center, right? You just make this change. They're an all goal line personnel. So when you get up there, you think, all right, hey, I got a chance. If they blitz, I got enough guys up here to really block up for us, right? They just go full slide. So there is a very good possibility you're hot here. If he goes, he buys enough time, moves to his left, throws this dart, and you can't get it. All right, next play right here. This is play 12. This is the very next play, right? Titans tried to do a lot of different things. They tried to disguise. Is there 4 guys on the line? Is there 5 guys on the line? Shedeur's seen this quite a bit. Remember the Ravens game, his very first time playing? They blitzed the crap out of him. He wasn't ready. Here, I just think that is such a good job of, we call it stop and pop. And I love this play. Like, I love this play call so much. You have a receiver here, you're motioning here, faking here, you're seeing this guy on a slide route, which means you slide underneath the line of scrimmage, and then you have an over route and a corner route. I mean, this is a perfect play call. This is exactly what Shedeur needs to have in his repertoire under center. This is hard because when you see this and Shedeur has to peek this is called a wide 9 technique. See how wide he is compared to this tight end, so he's way out there. You're told on these bootlegs and nakeds, if you have a wide 9, be ready to pull up and be ready to hit this over route in a tight window. Now this over route, because of the fake, is wide open, but I thought this is really good technique by Shedeur, a good fake. See how he pops, he stop and pops, which means, hey, you're stopping, you're popping this throw, and a really nice job. Look at the layering of this defense. When everything is layered correctly and everything's going right, they give him a lot of half-field reads and progressions. He's a good quarterback. He threw the ball really accurately too, in my opinion, for this cold weather. This snow was barely coming down. Everything's not right. Okay, 19's gonna go there. The tight end, who's been a great add, and then you should stay on the move on this. However, you're gonna see this over route come. You have to get and understand. Hey, there's a couple rules. Okay, one of them is, hey, if there's a wide 9, we're gonna pop and stop. All right, a little bit behind him here, but that's pretty good. You're thinking in your mind, right? Good fake, get these guys, these linebackers to roll, and then you're gonna roll out. Okay, the first thing you look at is wide 9 technique. If it is, you gotta be aware. If there's pressure, you gotta be aware. He understood that. He understood the assignment. Nice throw. A little behind him. It's all right though. I don't mind that at all because you're getting a first down when you're backed up. It's all right, right? This is a tough throw. A guy right in your face, right? He's throwing it right there. This guy's open. Yeah, perfect throw would have been in front and get him to throw or get him to run. Right, next play right here. Right, 3-by-1 formation into the boundary. Right, he took a lot of time with the line of scrimmage, just sort of feeling it out, seeing, hey, what are we gonna do? Right here, they're playing 2 shell safety looks. Just we get 2 safety back. Really nice job right here. An underutilized part of this game too, I think, is his scrambling ability. And so, when you're scrambling like this, it just keeps the defense aware of your athletic ability. Okay, so I like this play a lot. You're going to bring this motion. He's going to become the seam. You're going to run this switch release all go. This is versus single high zone, all right? But it's not single high zone, so you're off of that. The next thing they're going to do, they're going to run a 12-yard in and an 8-yard over route. They're trying to get, this is number 1 and this is number 2. This play right now, this coverage and 2-eye safety, it's dead. Like, it really is dead. What you're hoping for is with this right guard pulling, you're hoping to get this Mike to run into this A gap and just hit this tight end right there over cross. It's not there, right? There's nothing open. Not there, not there, not there, not there. I saw a couple times where he was able to get to his 5th read, but when you have a quarterback that can do this and you have a quarterback that can run for 15 yards on any given play, I like it. I also like him showing his ability to sort of show his personality, because it definitely was the case this game. So look, you're doing this and you're trying to get this Mike linebacker to fill this A gap with this fake, and you're trying to sneak 44 on this little block route, Rob Gronkowski, and the Patriots are going to lob. It's not there. He sees this, and that's a nice job of him understanding, hey, I can't throw that. Okay, can I throw that? Nope, this defender's taking it. Let me just take off. Quick decision making really led to his good thing. There we go, empty. I liked him in empty this game. All right, you're getting a man zone read right now. Okay, you see this. I think that's a running back or a tight end. That's a linebacker. Inside leverage, you know it's man, right? You know it's man. Is it 5-man pressure or is it just 4-man pressure? Because that changes the entire dynamic. Right now, it's a 4-man pressure, and here's a spy, or what we like to call a robber. So when he understands that, right, he's got to understand, hey, what is going to win in this game, right? There's a couple things that go on here. One, this is just an amazing throw. 2, I'm trying to think like what they're trying to do. What I think they're trying to do is I think they're trying to run a shuttle cross. I think Jerry Jeudy, is supposed to run a dagger route in a clear route, and I think you're just supposed to read low to high right here. What's crazy about this is him and Jerry Jeudy, remember the little scuffle on the sideline? Well, Jeudy is wide open right here. He's throwing the football. When I say wide open, it's because of the route. But look at this trust. There's 2 defenders right here, right? And that's what Jeudy was saying. Hey, just throw me the football. This whole part of this through route is to take this safety. The timing and the rhythm and everything about this throw for Shedeur is just outstanding. And people can say, oh, you know, Jerry Jeudy stopped running on the last one. Shedeur missed that one. Shedeur did not miss this throw. And I just like how he gets through his progression so quickly. You're going to have pretty much a high-low. Right? You have to see this safety, number 25. His eyes, Shedeur, early in the snap, his eyes are this way. You can't see it. We'll do this QB vision code. His eyes are this way to try and get this safety to go that way. 19 is rolling. They drop him, so this safety has to take him. And when he does, look how quickly he's already back there for this throw. And it's a very, very tight window throw between 3 defenders. And here's the thing too, which I like about Shedeur's throw and I like about Jeudy's route. This route should be coming downhill. Shador and Jerry Jeudy both realize that there's no safety, and this safety is getting taken over here. We're just going to throw him open. This is what I'm talking about. This is what makes good quarterbacks great. And Shador's not at that spot yet, but him and Jerry Jeudy sort of squashed that beef. I want you to watch his eyes. His eyes are going to be this way, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he gets to his second read, and then he gets back to his third read. So this is 3 reads that he's able to do. Okay, and everyone wants to say, hey, look at the pat, look at the pat. Did the pat hurt this time right here? Look at the pat on the ball. The pat, it gets him in rhythm. Jerry Jeudy, they throws it open, and then it's a house call. It's unbelievable throw, unbelievable, and then Jeudy hits it with a flip. All right, here we go, 3rd and 3. After that Jerry Jeudy throw, I'm telling you, this gave him a lot of confidence, and he started playing a lot better. All right, big time play action. You're rolling to the right. This is one that he's going to want back, right? I like the thought of this play. So you're going to have a tight end right here. You call it a bang out and release. And then I'm pretty sure the San Francisco 49ers and Kyle Shanahan ran this play last week to Juice. You're going to have this tight end come back. He's going to insert through the C gap, which is the gap between the tight end and the tackle, and he's going to run a corner. He should be your primary, and then you're going to have an over route. What I don't like about this play, one, I think 44 gets too deep right there. I'd love 44 to be here so he gets up on the safety faster, right? And they're trying to do that. They're trying to get this nickel or that linebacker to try and fit up. That's who is open. And if it just gets there a little bit sooner, I think Shador sees it. But look at all 3 of these guys, right? They're so tightly wound up that you just can't make that throw. He tries to fit this throw in. He's getting a little too confident on some of these intermediate throws where there are some tight window throws that need to be had, right? That's the throw. This is the throw that needs to be had. He needs to have a little bit of air. What I don't think happened, I thought that Shador didn't see 39, right? His 39 turns it. Shador's looking back inside and feels like, hey, I can beat this throw. He doesn't see that. You gotta see in front of your throw. Lucky this one didn't. Right? Let's see it right here. Get him on the move. I like this route concept. This should already be here. Just the timing was a little bit off. Shador definitely doesn't see this guy. Sky turn, and then, gets lucky with the non-interception. Here we go. 2-by-2 formation, shotgun, play 41. Right? Here's what I like. Okay, you see Shador? Watch Shador the whole time. Check into a play. That just tells me he understands that it's man-to-man coverage. And Stefanski and offensive powers to be, they give him an opportunity to check to what he feels necessary. If that's a man beater, then so be it. And this is a dime. This might be the best throw of the game for sure. Like I truly believe that. It's a switch release all go. So you're trying to get here. So you're trying to go here to take the safety. And I don't know if this is like a wheel route or if this is supposed to be an out and up. But what I do know is that Shador holds this free safety and throws an absolute dime. Like you just can't get a better throw than this. In rhythm, 1, 2, 3, while he's getting hit, and he throws this over top, and it's so hard to do sometimes to a tight end. But he's just a mismatch anywhere. So watch. He sees this safety out of the corner of his eye come down. When he sees the safety come down, here we go. We're checking. We're getting to a play for number 44, and I'm going to hold this safety, watch the eyes, and I'm going to let this thing rip, right? Just enough. You can barely see it. See his eyes right there, right? It's holding the safety, and he's able to come back here as he's getting smoked, which this O-line, this right side did not pass off these games very well. He's getting smoked while he's doing it, but a really nice shot down the field. And that's like, I like to, sometimes on his go balls, he throws it too much up in the air. You see how this is just on a line? It gets up and down. That is a freaking NFL throw. See it from this view. I like it. Watch his eyes just enough. He understands, hey, there's no way Woods can get over here. Let's check. Okay, we're cutting something. Got to fill out the line of scrimmage. We're doing all these things, right? Watch his eyes just enough right there. It's just peeking just to make sure you can't get over. And when you can't, as you're getting hit, we're throwing a dime over top the shoulders, and then the whole sideline, the whole sideline is popped. Especially 44. All right, 2nd and 20, 3-score game. The snow's coming down even harder. This is tough to do. 2x2 set. I like that it's all inside the numbers. Play action fake. Okay, here's the one. Here's the play that you just can't have happen, right? I'm trying to make too much happen, and it's an interception. This is the one play where I'm like, hey, just know when the journey's over, right? You're having a deep down the field throw. So you're having a pylon throw, which means you're going to go touch the hash and go to the pylon of the end zone for 40 yards. You have a deep cross route, 18 to 22 yards, and usually you have an in route, but it looks like they're going in and go. So I'm not sure if he's trying to throw this back here, but whatever it is, look, stuff's covered. You can't always take the shot down the field. It looks to me he's throwing here. There's nothing in the flat. That's sort of my issue. You have to just take the check down right there. Know when the journey's over, take the check down, which is easier said than done because I think that's Simmons trying to eat his lunch. But you just can't do this. And I know there's some things that happen. This is the 1 or 2 play that he's going to want back. You're pretty much just reading half side of the field, right? You're reading this pylon route to this over route. Simmons does a nice job, but look, watch him make Simmons fall right there. Like, that's wild to me. Like, this is an all-pro defensive tackle. You make them fall. They were all sorts of stuff. Right there, just throw the ball away. He's seen all this stuff. Just throw the football away. Don't make a bad play worse. This is all part, I mean, look at the ball, too. It sort of sails. It's a wobbler because it's wet. And when that happens, man, just let the football die down. He's trying to make play. I get it. You cannot do this in the NFL. There's just too many good guys. Keeping it open, ball slips, wet weather, not good. Right, here we go, 3rd and 10. All right, they're down quite a bit. Right, 3rd and 10. Watch this throw. This is a very tight window throw. You start this receiver outside, you move him inside. Now you have a tight bunch up top. They're pressuring. Step up in the pocket, throw this between 4 defenders. It's just excellent. So you're going to have this is a through route. Run and keep running 40 yards down the field. Try to take this safety away. You're going to have this like underneath route, which is like a grab route. And then you're going to have this dagger route. So you really want to read low to high. You want to make sure everyone attaches to this sit route. And then you're going to throw this dagger route. Well, this is a good versus all play. But when you have a defender like this running through and sort of turning, that just makes it hard.
be giving it up, we be cutting it up, scuffling them, muffling it up. Homeboy, dig it down. Living it up, shaking, making the hood turn, ball and burn. 2 buckets of urine, think we stick with it. Shaking and scraping the curb, scrapping under gold, straight to the head, underbird. I'm on it, homie. Me and my homegirl down with a nigga, damn near before a nigga was rhyme. Damn, my closest homeboy, California living switches, a couple toys, retired, a couple jerseys. We're from the sunny state of Jersey. Fuck the hurt, let on, get off, or get spin off, set off the chest off the roof. 178 proof from post the gangster down, go up, let's lose. This is it. Short chain, dip with us, sit with us, cocky eaters, spit with us. Oh yeah. I'm tired of this, I'm tired of that. About the bus, raise the strategy, phone flow, show, bounce below, up and downstairs, beats everywhere I go, calico excursions, different with the versions, homicide resurgence, swerving, see my homie on the corner, chipping the curb, and any bus get close enough, we serve. Homie, don't get nervous, beware, that's corrupt, fool, beware, ripping it up, fool, so you better beware of my crew. Gray and blued up, get chewed up, you and your off-brand crew get bruised up. I'm the one you let hate, so give me mine to pay dues. Now living the life wrong, switched up, get 'em up, blast to get 'em up. 45 attack, 9 blast to hit 'em up. Oh yeah.
Dave. What's up, cuz? Give me one of them OEs, cuz. Where they at?
Eastsiders, come out and play. Eastsiders, come out and play.
Eastside, 1 5 2 2 Eastside 1 5 Show you motherfuckers what's happening. Trading, coming in the front center station, aiming gang. Yeah, the Eastside is back. Bang, giving it up. Chuck's rings hanging, strictly insane, and we do the damn thing. It's the big man, Eastside rolling. Not how many blocks we control. 2021 1517 less 19 and motherfucking God. Run the block to the swamp, run to grandmama house. Elm Street, 12th Street, over grass, knock them out. They deep brain, make streets the moves. Young G's, little G's, casualties of war. So we push the turns, dead pussy work. Niggas love seeing dirt, so we look for dirt. When the shit don't stop, and them 6 folks hot. If you just get shot, one trip get dry. All black with a little bit of gold. And let me show you motherfuckers how Eastside roll. Foot to the pedal, heavy hand on stiletto, extra clip with you. Yeah, PC lock ghettos. I'm about to make this shit crack. We got straps in this bitch, I got something on the back. Telling you motherfuckers, damn, it ain't no thing when you bang with the dog pain. The way the homies come through, all blue, nigga, what y'all want to do? I love it. We got hoes to the left, platinum on my chest, nigga, yup, yup. I love it. Can't stop, won't stop, so what that LBC like? I love it. We do the damn thing all night, better yet, for live. I love it. We keeping that shit cheap, cause that's all I say. I love it. We always go down, stay way too cheap, trade it, go get slow deuces and trade, still give it to that ass old fashioned way. From the LBC, where them shells leave many wannabes on their knees, trying to beef with a chick. Hey, look, I represent till the shit don't stop. Fuck the paramedics and the crook, it ain't stop. It's hard to maintain on the front line. Check this out, cuz I gotta get mine. Low riders, Eastside's coming with that G shit. Can you borrow some of this? Hell no, straight. I Zeros to the left, platinum on our chest, nigga, yup, yeah. I love it. Can't stop, won't stop. So what that NBC like? I love it. We do the damn thing all night, better yet, full life.
The mood, it's so gangsta, it's so hood stuff, it's the goody to make you boogie oogie. Can you do what I'm talking about? I smell you, baby cat. Now that's funky, that's so funky. I have to say, ooh. Eastsiders come back. Eastsiders come back. Eastsiders come back. Eastsiders come back. You know we all fucking once they glimpse the pole. Grip the satin in my hand, pack the gat on my lap. Cause it's Satan when you're skating and your pockets is fat. Don't act for a minute like you ain't surprised. Just recognize the real way the gangsters ride. If it ain't chronic, don't blaze it up. And if it ain't a Chevy, don't race it up. You know we keep it banging, don't fake the funk. So all the real niggas stay gangstered up. We making paper suckers only claim to touch. By sticking to the script and never changing up. You know we keep it banging, don't fake the funk. Keep it real, motherfuckers, stay gangstered up.
It's going down, motherfuckers. Like that, sound like Battle Cat and upstairs possessed. And the knocking don't stop. I hope nobody don't call the cops. Don't stop the beat to make it pop, lock. Not better yet, cause the shit'll keep your Glock cocked. You think I'm tripping? Fool, I ain't bullshitting. You better read up on the shit to keep the latest non-fiction. Watch out for the friction. This West Coast on mine, and fuck anybody dissing, nigga, listen. Doghouse style, cause I'm a gangster crib. See walking, holding on the extra clip. Now you wanna be free, but you gon' make me unload. Slap the other clip in low. You wanna go toe to toe, set my pistol down on the ground, on the pound, nigga, hell no.
I stay gangsta up, cause it just lives in me. And when I see the love, I guess that's when I feel somebody. Once they really see, nigga, don't sleep, don't lose me. I won't stop, so let me go. We are from the streets of mine.
I'm up on the beach, east side, mad ass lunatic, gang bang, slap a bitch nigga out to get it, on the gang.
dog. Cause I love putting hustlers on the map. I keep it gangster for show though, low. And always got the motherfucking dodo smoke. For all my lokes and kin folks, this is for y'all. Let me
Hey there, Delilah, what's it like in New York City? I'm 1,000 miles away, tonight you look so pretty, yes you do. Time's gonna shine as bright as you, I swear it's true. Hey there, Delilah, don't you worry about the distance, I'm right there. If you get lonely, give this song another listen, close your eyes. Listen to my voice, it's my disguise. I'm by your side. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. What you do to me. Hey there, Delilah, I know time to get hard, but just believe me, girl, someday I'll pay the bills with this guitar. We'll have the life we knew we would. My word is good. Hey there, Delilah, I've got so much left to say. If every single song I wrote to you, take a breath of that right around. Even more in love with me, you'd fall. We'd have it all. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do. 1,000 miles seems pretty far, but they've got planes and trains and cars. I'd walk to you if I had no other way. Our friends would all make fun of us, and we'll just laugh along because we know that none of them have felt this way. Till I can promise you by the time we get through 1999, watching movies all the time. Ooh, and I went away for doing my first crime. And I never thought that we was gonna see each other. See each other. And then I came out.
Hey everybody, it's country time. Country music, country girls, with good friends of mine. It's country time. Everybody, country music, country girls, with good friends of mine. It's country time. Pick up truck rockin' and let it go. Till the Lone Star Saloon, to catch the show. Everybody there are good friends of mine. Christmas tree. Rudolph the red-nosed got lost after the Christmas tree got tossed. Santa couldn't deliver the toys to all the little girls and boys. Now this kid is so sad. She tore the Christmas tree down before Santa came to town. It's supposed to be a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. There's no happiness here. The party's over. She tore the Christmas tree down before Santa came to town. She tore the Christmas tree down. The party's over before Santa came to town. Christmas tree, Christmas tree. Pour me a drink and bring me one later. And please don't let me step on that alligator. I'm in a jungle of wild spirits. Every bottle that I drink from, there's a different spirit in it. Just pour me a drink and bring me one later. Set it up, bartender. Set up the house, bartender. Why do you look at me? We all look the same. Days that confuse completely out of our brains. Drunks alike, crabs in the barrel when one tries to get out. Alcoholics bring another bottle just to pull you back in. They wanna pour you a drink and bring me one later. Set 'em up again, bartender. I feel a little woozy. The bartender tells me he has something special. He reaches and grabs a bottle from the top level. He pours me a drink. Now I see two alligators. It's time to pay the tab and tell him I'll see you later. He tries to pour me another drink and bring me one later. Set 'em up again, bartender. Pour me a drink and bring me one later. What's that stuff you have in that football? And bring me one, bartender. Pour me a drink and bring me one. You see me crawling around more like a python. Pour me a drink and bring me one later. What's that stuff? Don't give that to anybody. And bring me one later. There's no better way to see the rolling hills of Tennessee. I'll trade my Porsche for a horse to ride in Nashville. Those neon lights are gonna shine bright way down on me. My horse is dash from dash from even grass. Can't look there, no need to care. I'll trade my Porsche for a horse to ride in Texas. It's a better way to see the wide open plains. I'll trade my Porsche horse to ride the USA. From north, south, east, west, there's no better way. I'll trade my horse for a horse to ride the USA. And all the seasons I'll find a race to ride the USA. My horse is natural gas, even grass can't pollute the air. Stinks. Mountain stream water makes you wanna drink the cures. Guess what? Peace in the valley, can't get that valley. Way down south on country roads, country roads. I like them southern country roads. Don't shake the apple tree unless you gonna make apple pie. Cause that same seeds in the apple that you bite and say will serve you as long as a seed. Every seed that you can get in. And when you had enough, that's not the good things from the tree right all the way to the core. Don't shake the apple tree. Don't you do it. Taste the lie Satan wants you to eat. Cause you'll eventually find that they all hit a seed. Will serve you a smorgasbord. A seed. Every seed that you can get in. And when you had enough, it's not the good things falling on the tree. Rotten all the way to the core. Don't shake the apple tree. Don't do it, unless you're gonna make it. Cause that's it. You better say, cause that's it. You better say fly. Cause that same sin is in the apple. If you bite on Satan's lie. How do you love with a broken heart? together again. I hear a knock at the door. She walks in, looking that way with a seductive grin. After a night of bliss, I feel the grief. She stole a piece of my heart like a common thief. How do you dream dreams other than nightmares? With the woman that's sleeping next to you, who tells you she really cares about the love that's given me no limitations, no boundaries, no connections with my past miseries. Teach me how do you love with a broken heart. I'm a good student and ready to learn and ready to give what's left of my broken heart. Where do I begin and where do I start? Teach me, how do you love the broken heart? How do you love the broken heart? How do you put the broken pieces back together again? I know there's a woman out there for me who can help me mend these cracks in my broken heart. But all the women I meet face the same dilemma as I. How do you love with a broken heart? Don't need a gorilla. Wear banana necktie. He'll choke banana pudding from your neck. Might even die. Need a hungry lion. In a wildebeest suit. A hungry leader look like a wildebeest steak. Just right for his dinner plate. You don't pick a fight. With no string and cane. He'll kick you like a football. All the way to Kansas. All these do's and don'ts. I do agree, but I change into do's when it comes to loving you. I change all the don'ts into do's when it comes to loving you. All the stops into goes, all the don'ts into do's. My lady friend always said the kind of guy she likes. The one who's kind of nice, she doesn't think twice about it. Just a lot of bad in the one she needs. The ones that make her wanna scream. She says she like a good bad boy. She says she wants a good bad boy. She's talking about a good bad boy, not a toy. Oh, she wants a good bad boy, and not a toy. Her mama said, daughter, get him away from here. She said, mama, oh mama, I love him dear. He gives me so much of what I want. She said that. She's the kind of woman who plays to lovers from the middle, trying to justify a lie and getting played like a fiddle. Counterfeiting love is like a $3 bill. She tries to convince me that her lies are real. Her excuse, that's stuck on a lie. When you got two lovers and an alibi, it's her excuse. That's stuck on a lie. You got two lovers and an alibi. Choices she made that cost her in the end. Her counterfeit love she gave to her friend. Now she starts to cry when she realized that her love with her friend got compromised. Her excuse is stuck on a lie. When
threaten and shield us. And danger, recoil and rewind the tapes. She's born again, always returning. How is this possible? forward to the stage. To let you know that you are gonna be my baby. You may call me crazy, but I'm not too shady.
In my opinion, these are the top 10 free roam maps for Assetto Corsa that every sim racer should have in their library. Starting off at number 10, we have Arabasada. Arabasada is a busy road that connects Barcelona City and San Cugat del Valle City, and the road also serves as the main way to ascend Mount Tibidabo, which is the highest point in Barcelona. This is probably one of the most beautiful maps on this list, and for what I've seen of reviews from locals, it seems to be one of the most accurately recreated. And within probably about 30 seconds of leaving the starting area in the town, you're already nestled amongst these lush Spanish mountains. If we look at a comparison between the recreation of the petrol station in the mod and the
I love a good sim race, but sometimes it's nice to just chill, cruise, and roam freely. Who am I kidding? Driving like a knob is way too much fun. Let me start off by saying that there are loads of great free roam traffic maps in Assetto Corsa. However, some of them can be a little fiddly to get installed, especially when it comes to the traffic part. So in this video, I'm going to show you the easiest way to install the best free roam map and to get it up and running together with a bunch of crazy ass cars. Of course, we're talking about none other than the Shutoko Revival Project, or the SRP for short. Before we get into the video proper, I feel that it's important to talk a bit about what the Shutoko Revival Project represents to me as a car enthusiast. It really is an amazing representation of the Tokyo Metropolitan Expressways, and it truly does an incredible job to transport you back to the JDM glory days of the 1990s. Those cars hold a very special place in my heart as I was a teenager growing up in Singapore during the 90s. The only problem was, couldn't afford a car. Unfortunately for me, Singapore is the most expensive country in the world to buy a car, and right now in 2022, for example, a brand new Toyota Corolla costs around $100,000 US. A BMW M3 is going to cost you around $370,000 US, and you'll be looking at a cool million for the cheapest brand new Ferrari. Lucky for me, some of my friends at the time were driving what would turn out to be future classics such as Honda Civics, Silvias, Evo 5s and 6s, and GC8 WRXs. Later on, when I was at uni in Australia, I was a broke student driving my Hyundai Excel. Don't judge me on the color, it was the cheapest unit available. Thankfully, some guys I was hanging out with had R32s and 33 Skylines, and one of them even had a full Veilside kitted Supra. I was lucky to have driven them all at some point or another, and what an experience that was. The Shutoko Revival Project has brought me back to reliving those crazy days, and that's why I feel that labeling this as just another free roam map is doing it a great injustice. It's probably more appropriate to call it a full-on driving experience for all car enthusiasts. Let's get into it. This tutorial is broken down into 4 key parts where we'll be covering all of this you see on the screen. But before that, you're going to need a few things. First of which will be the latest version of Content Shaders patch and
What's up guys, in this video I'm gonna show you how to install the traffic mod in Shutroco Revival project in Assetto Corsa. Very simple and quick configuration. So if you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to drop a like and also subscribe for more Assetto Corsa content. Let's get straight into it. First thing you guys will need is to download Content Manager. So follow this link, it's in the description. It's called acstuff.ru, that's the website, and you want to download it directly. And once you download it, you will have the zip file. You want to extract it and this will have the Content Manager installation. And the goal is for you to move these files to your Assetto Corsa folder. Okay, so this is usually where I put it. So for that, if you want to find the location, you want to go to Steam, and you want to go to your Assetto Corsa, right click into it, then go to Manage, Browse Local Files, and you should be finding the folder of the game. Okay, so I have the folder side by side, and now you want to drag and drop this. So I already have it in my folder, but yeah, just go ahead and drag and drop, and then you will have Content Manager. You can start it up and configure it. If you want to configure it, I will have a different video to help you on that. Next, once you have the Content Manager set up, you want to look up for the Shutoko Revival Project. So this is the official website, shutokorevivalproject.com, and you want to download the latest release. Currently it's 0.9.3, and just agree to the terms, download it. So this is a bigger file, so you might need to wait a little bit. If it is too slow, you can try again at a later time. But yeah, you should be getting the file, and once you have it, you want to extract it as well. So just extract it, and it will take a couple of seconds. And this will be all of the track. So you will have all of the spawn points and all of that. So again, you want to open up the location of your Assetto Corsa game, so you can do the same process. Manage, browse local files, and you can put them side by side so you know where to copy it. So you want to open up the content folder, open up the tracks, do the same on the other side, and then copy this folder into the tracks folder of your game. So make sure you drag and drop these files into the folder and not into any other folder. Okay, so make sure the drag and drop is actually to the tracks folder. You should see this folder instead of the tracks. So once you have completed this, you can now go to restart Assetto Corsa, and if you go to the drive section on the top, you will be able to see the track is installed. Okay, so basically you want to go here, you want to filter for Shutoko, make sure you select all tracks, and you should be able to see all of the spawn points of the track. So you have these Daishi PA, main layout, Shibara, Tatsumi. So the Tatsumi is the one I recommend you guys to start with. It's very good. And yeah, so this is it. You have the track setup, and next what we will do is we will install the traffic mod. So this is a separate installation, and you want to look up Shutoko Revival Project 09.1 AI traffic mod. So you want to look this up, and the first website we'll see is overtake.gg. So make sure you download it from this website, and in order to download it, you will actually need to create an account first. So this is completely free. You guys can go ahead and register. So I'm going to show you. You have the basic account, which is free. Just want to select the basic account, and then you can go ahead and register, and after that you can log in into the website. Okay, so I'm just gonna log in myself, and yes, once you are logged in, you can now download the mod. So just go ahead and download it. Once again, we will want to extract the file, and you will need to copy it over to the installation of the game. So you can just open up the folder of the game. I already had it. If you want to save some time, actually you can just put it in your favorites. So you should see on the right side you have all of the tracks, so all of the spawn points. So you should be able to see that. And yes, now you'll need to copy it over. So before we do that, let's just put the Assetto Corsa folder in our favorites. So just drag and drop to this left side, and then you'll have it pinned. So every time you want to open the game folder, there it is. And now you want to go to content. You want to go to extension, okay? Basically, content tracks. Sorry, it's content tracks Shotoko. And you want to basically drag and drop these files. So just drag from the traffic mod into the Shotoko. Make sure you drag and drop in the right place, because sometimes it selects the another folder that's inside. So you want to make sure you drag and drop into an empty section, so it will actually copy to the correct folder. Make sure you do not have a mistake on that. And the next thing is you will need to install the traffic planner. Okay, so right now we have installed the traffic cars, we have installed the traffic mod, sorry, and now we'll need the traffic cars. So you can just visit this link, I'll put it in the description, and you want to download this file here in the bottom. Once you guys unload it, you want to go ahead and extract it once again. So you will do this process a lot. So just go ahead and extract it, and then again go ahead and open your folder. So it should be right there on the left side. And then once you have the game folder and the mod folder side by side, what you want to do now is make sure you have everything on the mod folders. It should look like this. And then you want to basically find the extension folder. So if you don't have this folder, we'll need to actually go to the content manager. You want to go to settings on the top right, then click custom shader patch. Then you want to go to about and updates, and you want to make sure you have installed custom shader patch version. Okay, so it can be any version. You can pick the same as I have currently, and once you have it installed, you will see this folder will now appear in your game. So once you have the extension folder, you can now copy over this mod. So for that, you want to go to Lua, and then you want to go to Tools, and then just drag and drop once again. So in my case, I'm just going to replace it because I already had it, but it should not pop up for you if you don't have it before. So once you have it copied, now you want to make sure you go to your content manager and just restart it. So every time you install something, it's always better to restart the content manager. And yeah, so right now we just need to go to settings one more time, then go to custom shader patch, then go to GUI, so GUI, and graphical user interface, and then you want to go to developer apps and want to enable this, so point and click objects inspector. Okay, very important, make sure that's enabled. And now just select the track that we set up, make sure you put it in practice, make sure you have start from pits. So this is all you need, just select whatever car you want to use and then press go. And it should load up in the track. So yes, we will now see this in action, so I'll show you exactly how to set up. Because once you load into the track, you'll need to start the traffic yourself. So once you are inside, you just want to go ahead and press.
Valve dropped 3 absolute bombs today. The Steam Frame standalone VR headset, that's going to have to be a separate video. But this one focusing on the new Steam Machine, and yes, the wait is finally over, the 2026 edition Steam controller. Let's start with a little history. Over 10 years ago, Valve announced their first version of SteamOS, a Linux-based operating system that would free gamers from the shackles of Microsoft Windows. No, it was a total commercial flop. But instead of giving up on Steam machines, Valve doubled down, working with game developers on Linux-native ports of their games and with open-source developers on the Proton compatibility layer that makes their Steam Deck handheld out-of-the-box compatible with thousands of Steam games, even ones that only ever shipped on Windows. The Steam Deck is believed to have sold millions of units at this point, and no wonder given its great balance of solid gaming and outstanding affordability. But its mobile form factor has given it certain limitations and left gamers hungry for something more substantial. And well, here it is. I'm calling it the Lunchbox. 1, because it's substantial, like lunch. 2, because it's cube-shaped, like a box. And 3, because I think this thing is going to eat Xbox's lunch. Okay, that last one was a bit of a reach. But not as far as I'm reaching for this segue to our sponsor.
Hold up, RogueLab is having a sale, 60% off. They're easy to move, and they're easy to use, and super comfy. But I got a little friend who now, a guy has gotta celebrate somehow.
In what has become typical Valve fashion, they've been atypically open about the new Steam machine, giving us direct access to the engineering folks who worked on these devices. The only thing I didn't have today was time, so we're going to get through this as fast as we can. At the heart of the Steam machine is a 6-core AMD Zen 4-based CPU that turbos up to 4.8 GHz with 16 gigs of RAM and an 8 gig GPU that they compared to a 7600 XT-ish. But they were also quick to point out that it might not be apples to apples thanks to their custom software stack and power tuning. Basically, the goal was that pretty much anything on Steam should run at 4K 60 FPS if you're willing to turn down the details and use a little bit of FSR upscaling. And we saw that on display with Cyberpunk running in the demo room at these settings. Valve says to expect about 6 times the performance of the Steam Deck. Now, I was a little surprised to not see an SoC with shared memory, but apparently the decision to go for discrete CPU and GPU came down to balancing cost, power, size, and performance, and also they just didn't feel like they needed to. And I guess Valve was right, because they nailed this thing. Compared to a more traditional ITX small form factor machine like the OG Steam machine reference design, you can see that it's a lot smaller. More on par with a highly integrated design like something like the Framework Desktop. Investment disclosure. Like the Framework Desktop, Valve allows customization of the front panel using these magnetic plates, and they're going to provide the CAD files so you can put whatever your heart desires on here. They even had a machine in the demo room with an e-ink display that was showing system vitals. Pretty darn cool. But unlike the Framework, it has a programmable RGB strip in the front that could be used to personalize your style or maybe show a progress bar while you switch your TV input and wait for your game to be downloaded. The sky's kind of the limit. The front of the device has a power button, micro SD slot, 2 USB 3 5 gigabit per second ports. Then the rest of the I/O is in the back, where you'll find 2 USB 2 Type A ports, a USB-C 10 gigabit per second port, no display port on there, that is worth noting, gigabit Ethernet, power in for the integrated power supply. Good gravy, this thing is compact, as well as an HDMI 2.0 and DisplayPort 1.4 port. It is worth noting that HDMI 2.0 port, they have tested it at HDMI 2.1 speeds, but there